li nga xam ne mooy bool si wàllum li nga xam ne mooy flat screen household appliances yëpp si biir li nga xam ne nag mooy Empire nekkal fi Gambien si ñëpp képp ko xam ne yaa ngi bitim réew looy namati di jëne sa bagage bitim réew di ko indi ñu ngi fi nga xam ne nag mooy number 10 Kairaba Avenue Serekunda mun ngeen ñëw call si 227 61 227 661 227 661 mété it si 22 69 781 22 69 781 mété it si 32 92752 3292752 ba tey it mun ngeen ñoo am si suñu email bi si info@empire.gm.com Empire, the wall of brand. ana sama gaay yi dama ne ana ñu nama lu baax ñu bëgg lu baax kaay leen fii si Maam Jaara Holiday Inn Maam Jaara Holiday Inn nekk foofu noonu si fi nga xam ne nag mooy Manjakunda highway bi si kaw tali bi foofu leen nekk soriwut nag ak police station bi yéen ñi nga xam ne nag yéen a nama seeni holiday nama si yu baax ñëw leen si Maam Jaara Holiday Inn ñu jox leen lal yu comfortable jox leen néeg yu baax néeg yi nga xam ne nag dafa ànd ak AC doo toog dina da nga nama tàngaay doo toog dina da nga nama télé ñu ngi ko fa amee satellite saay boo namee loo nama taal kon nag yéen ñi nga xam ne yéen a nama wireless ñu ngi fa amee li nga xam ne nag mooy free wifi 24 hours ñu ngi ko fa amee yéen ñi nga xam ne nag yéen a ñëw holiday ak seeni family ñu ngi fa am li nga xam ne mooy 2 bedrooms 3 bedrooms ak single bedroom boo si nama rek ñu defalal la ko looy xalaatati lekk soo ko bëggee ñu kiitalal la ko foofu noonu waaye tamit soo bëggee li nga xam ne nag mooy dining rooms suñu néeg yaa ngi ko amee dining area boo xam ne loo si nama def ko sa kitchen tamit yaa ngi ko nama yëpp si biir room si yéen ñi nga xam ne yéenay déglu yéen ñi nga xam ne yéenay seetaan war a ñëw Gambia bu leen namati dara lu dul Maam Jaara Inn moo leen fi nekkal si kaw tali Manjakunda highway bi mun ngeen ñoo call si 24 144 44 24 144 444 24 144 44.
Karasu Properties and Investment Limited, ye can also dale la mekarawa 20 by 20.
Jiobeje, Kurangabeje. Ninsun Karobu Nyana la Horomo Kang,
Iba wafila $200,000
cash.
Ikafumi mfane mortgage ka domon ninjo katafu kariworo, ibo wafila $250,000. Karasu Properties and Investment Limited, Ibal Contanda Sunkarola. Karasu Properties. Link us and we make you a home builder.
Shall we proceed? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the TRRC. This is our fifth session of public hearings. Before we proceed, I would like to read on behalf of the Commission a brief statement, as we normally do the beginning of each session. Please allow us to welcome you to the opening of this fifth session of the hearings of the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission, the TRRC. The session will run from today, Monday, June 10th, to Thursday, June 27th. During this session, the Commission will continue hearing testimonies from witnesses and the victims of the 1996 UDP encounter with security forces at Denton Bridge, the November 11, 1994 incident, and the June 1995 murder of the then Finance Minister Koro Sise. The Commission plans to hold this first institutional hearing on the media during this fifth session. Our Research and Investigations Unit is working closely with the Gambia Press Union to facilitate this important first institutional hearing during this session. The unit is also conducting research on certain public institutions as part of preparations for other institutional hearings to be held in subsequent sessions. As you may have seen in our latest update issued by the Office of the Executive Secretary, the only thing that was missing from the Commission's work during the break was these public hearings. The Secretariat remained open and fully operational, and all units continued work in their various areas of responsibility. The Victims Support Unit remained engaged with victims, with medical institutions to support victims, and with non-governmental organizations interested in supporting victims. The Reconciliation Unit, in collaboration with the Commission's Reconciliation Committee, conducted several iftar conversations with Muslim communities in Banjul and the Kanifing and the Brikama municipalities. Plans are in place to make similar visits to some churches in the near future. And all through the break, the Research and Investigations Unit worked hard to gather the relevant evidence and the witnesses necessary to support the work of the Commission during this fifth session. Confronting the truth as a people is allowing us to raise the difficult questions that need to be raised and brainstorm on the difficult answers that suggest themselves to us. And this is making Gambian society increasingly determined to ensure, both morally and legally, that a future Gambia will be a Gambia where it is impossible to violate the rights and the dignities of our fellow human beings with impunity. We hope and pray that we all remain engaged in this national conversation with the confidence and the conviction that we can indeed create and bequeath to our children a better Gambia. We also remain grateful and very highly encouraged by the level of interest and engagement of the international community with the TRRC process. Over the past several months, many delegations of university students and professors, civil society, and non-governmental organizations have visited our premises here at June's resort and held them fruitful conversations with commissioners and the staff of the Secretariat. We are happy to note that their comments on our work are very encouraging, and that there exists a rich fund of international goodwill for the Gambia's transitional justice process, and especially for the TRRC. We are also happy to report that during the break, both the chair and the vice chair were privileged to be invited and attend two high-level international events in the United States on transitional justice. From April 29 to the 30th, TRRC Vice Chair Adelaide Sose attended the annual meeting of the Board of Directors and International Advisory Council of the Institute for Integrated Transitions in Bogota, Colombia. Thank you very much, Adelaide, for that. At this time, the Vice Chair had the opportunity to meet several key players in transitional justice and high-level experts on victims reparations, peace-building processes, missing persons searches, and members of the Colombia Truth Commission. She also visited sustainable community peace initiatives and gathered much relevant knowledge on, among other things, the geopolitical dimensions of transitions, the interface between peace and justice, challenges of transition in polarized societies, and the importance of popular participation in national processes. Shortly thereafter, on 15 May 2019, I was privileged to attend an excellent meeting of the United Nations Peace Building Commission in New York, alongside Justice Minister Abubakar Tambadou and Gambia's ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Lang Yabu. Questions asked, to which Minister Tambadou and I replied, generally related to progress made regarding the Gambia's transitional program, the TRRC process, and the support for the TRRC by the public, as well as regional and international support for the transition in the Gambia. It was pleasing to note that there was no ambiguity about the goodwill manifested by the friends and the partners of the Gambia towards our transitional process in general and the TRRC in particular. A delegation from the Peace Building Commission, accompanied by the UN resident coordinator and the UNDP resident representative, visited our offices here at June's resort and had a fruitful meeting with commissioners and the Secretariat staff from victim support, research and investigations, reconciliation, women's affairs units, and the legal team. We wish to take this opportunity to thank High Commissioner Sharon Wald of the British High Commission for handing over to the TRRC an iconic photo exhibition on victims created by and on behalf of the British photojournalists Helen and Jason Florio. The exhibition, quote, Portraits for Positive Change, seeks, in the words of the British High Commission, to create awareness and increase knowledge about the Gambia's Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission, while creating a platform for public discourse around issues of human rights abuses, end quote. We are grateful for the gesture. Finally, as together we embark upon this fifth session, we thank all those members of the general public for their continued support and encourage the Commission in its work. At the same time, we wish to reassure all those Gambians who are still skeptical that the TRRC is not a witch hunt, will never be a witch hunt, and is dedicated only to its mandate of revealing the truth about human rights violations and promoting justice, peace, and reconciliation in the interest of all Gambians. We encourage all who have stories to tell to please come share with us with the full knowledge that their dignity as human beings and their rights as citizens will never be compromised by this Summer Commission. And as usual, we thank all our partners and seek their continued support and the prayers of the general public as together we try to build a better and a stronger country for all. Thank you all. My apologies that I didn't start with the usual prayer and the guidance that we need from our religious leaders. But this is a commission that I say, here we are, all of us, flanked by a bishop and an imam. You can't be in better hands than that. Imam, you have the floor. Can you give us prayers, please?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين إهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين الحمد لله هادينا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هادينا الله الأول والآخر والزاخر والباطن يا ربنا لك الحمد يا ربنا لك الحمد يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي وجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد خاتم النبيين وإمام المرسلين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of power and might, the creator of heaven and earth, the protector of all humankind and defender of all humankind throughout the whole world. As we begin our session, the TRRC, we pray that your Holy Spirit's power will be with the TRRC, will be with all who will come to testify in this place. The Lord, that they will have the courage to stand for the truth and speak the truth. And by your Holy Spirit's power, you will grant the Commissioner to discern truth from falsehood and help us as we seek to bring out the truth, to bring about reconciliation, to bring about reparation, and to bring about justice for all, that this will be done in tranquility, in peace, and in quietness. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, my Bishop, for that. Council, are we ready with witness for today?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen. The legal team is ready to proceed with the next witness. May I ask the author to bring in the witness? As that is being done, Mr. Chairman, I just wish to emphasize that the success of this process depends significantly on the willingness of Gambians, especially the victims, to come forward and provide information about victimizations or violations of rights that they suffered. So I just reiterate your call that people should come forward and report these violations. It is only that way we can have an accurate documentation or recording of the historical violations that occurred in this country. Welcome, Mr. Darboe. Could you kindly administer the oath, please?
I, Usainu Darboe, do swear that
I will speak the truth,
I will speak the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You may be seated, sir. Good morning, Mr. Darboe. Welcome to the TRRC. May I first of all say thank you for honoring your commitment made on the launching of the TRRC that you would come before the Commission and testify. We are grateful. Before we start, I just want to set out a roadmap as to what is expected from your testimony. Undoubtedly, everybody who has followed Gambian politics in the last 25 years would know that you would have quite a bit to talk about. But on the basis of our planning, we do not intend to go through everything that you can talk about. For now, we intend to call you on 3 separate occasions, today being the first. And for the purposes of today's hearing, you will talk about the persecution of political opponents of the AFPRC/APRC. Except, of course, for the Solo Sandeng issue. That incident is very significant. We think it deserves a special hearing. So we would hold a hearing on that particular issue, and we expect, God willing, that you'd also be a witness on that particular, or for that particular hearing. The Commission is also considering holding a hearing on the evolution of Gambia's constitution from what started off as a people's constitution to basically ending up with a dictatorial or a dictatorship constitution. How we evolved from that 1997 constitution, which was voted for by the people, to having 52 amendments in the course of a short period of time to what we ended up with. So hopefully there would be a hearing on that. And in view of your unparalleled legal knowledge and your training and background in public law and also as a legal draftsman, we think you can contribute significantly in that inquiry. So when that time comes, we would also call you to assist the Commission in looking into those issues. But for the purposes of today's hearing, we would want you to deal with the following topics. Of course, your personal information, then the July 22nd coup d'etat and the response by the Bar Association and your own personal reaction to it. We'll also examine attempts to have you abducted at Bundung. We'll talk about the arrests and detention of perceived opponents of the AFPRC or so-called supporters of the PPP regime. The arrest in 1995, October 1995, and detention of some of these former ministers and other civilians, demonstrators who were detained at Fajara barracks. The attempts at humiliating you during that detention, especially taunts by certain individuals, your release after 23 days of unlawful detention, how the government reacted to the detention by sharpening its tools to ensuring that people can be detained for a prolonged period without challenge. Your foray into politics, how it all came about, and why you had to establish the UDP. The first issues that you championed, including the need for investigating the unlawful killing of Usman Korosise, the arrests of some of your colleagues, including Siaka Sonko, Seini Sabali, Keme Senjame, and others, and all these other subsequent arrests that happened. Significantly, we would wish to talk about the attack on UDP supporters on 22nd September at the Denton Bridge, and also, if you can talk about it, the attack on those supporters who were at around Westfield on the same day. On this particular incident, we would want you to talk about who you believe were the architects of this gruesome rights violation. We would also want you to talk about the activities of the people you call the West Coast Committee, and that include people like Singul Nyasi, Yusuf Acham, and so on, their activities and their subsequent arrest and detention. In particular, we would want you to talk about what happened to Sajo Kunjang Singate, and your threats to boycott the 1996 elections, the reasons and how that has resulted into political pressure and consequently the release of some detainees. We would want you to talk about the 2001 indictment of about 100 UDP supporters, and your arraignment before Boriture, I guess it was, and also the arrest and detention of Alaji Karamo Fati, of course Lamin Wajuara and Kemeseng, and significantly the things that happened to Momodou Sanyang, aka Du Taylor, the things that happened to him which led to his demise, and also the persistent harassment of UDP supporters, Singul Nyasi and others. And the culminating point would be the arrest of Kanyiba Kanyi and his subsequent disappearance. And lastly, the Madiana 14 case. And then we would end it there. And with your indulgence, we would call you on 2 further occasions to address subsequent issues. This is a very long list, and I understand that you are feeling poorly. We are happy that in spite of how you feel, you are willing to come before the Commission. We would take it easy, softly, and see how far we can cover, how much we can cover. If in the process you feel that you need to take a rest, we'll be more than happy to oblige. If you also feel that perhaps we should call it a day until some other time, we would also be equally happy to proceed accordingly. So, Mr. Darboe, are you happy to proceed now?
Very happy to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darboe. I was struggling to find words as to how to introduce you. Say, flag bearer of the UDP party, former vice president, current opposition to the government or opposition to whatever. But anyway,
I'm not opposing to any government now.
Wonderful. So you still, your party is still part of the coalition, right?
Absolutely. We fought the battle together, and we want to see the fruits gained together.
Wonderful. So, well, for the purposes of this hearing, we would put all politics aside and focus on the issues that happened from July 22nd onwards until just before the arrest and detention of Mr. Solo Sandeng. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Darboe, can you please briefly give us your biographical information? Briefly.
Well, born in 1948 and attended Bantam Primary School and St. Augustine's Secondary School and Gambia High School.
Mr. Darboe, of course, your name is Usainu N.M. Darboe, is it?
Abubakar N.M. Usainu Darboe.
Abubakar N.M. Usainu Darboe.
Yes.
Perfect. Wonderful. You said you attended St. Augustine's Secondary School from 1961. Was it called St. Augustine's Secondary School, or was it St. Augustine's High School?
It was St. Augustine's Secondary School.
Wonderful. That's important education
Yes.
for those
Yes.
of us.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Darboe. You went to Gambia High School, and thereafter you trained to become a lawyer.
To become a lawyer.
And you worked at the Ministry of Justice for about 7 years.
7 years, I did, yes.
And then you went into private practice.
I went into private practice. Since then, I'm still in private practice.
Wonderful. And in private practice, you went into private practice in 1980, and you had the honor of representing certain accused persons in the treason trials of 1981, 1982. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
Wonderful. So can you tell us where you were on July 22nd, 1994?
In fact, on July 22nd, I was actually in my office, in my law office, because I did not believe that there was a coup in the country. I never believed it. And I came to accept the reality when I was returning home. Found soldiers at Denton Bridge, and our vehicles were stopped, searched, and then we asked to, we were allowed to proceed. But I never believed that really there was a coup. And of course went home and took precautions for my personal safety, because I had lived in a country, studied in a country that was ruled by the military, and they could behave any way. I've seen them in Nigeria treat important people in ways that no one can imagine. So I didn't want to expose myself to such a situation. I thought it could happen here. So I really kept indoors. And
what precautions did you take for your personal protection?
Well, I made sure that I didn't go out. Yeah. And Saturday, I had to change my my residence. You know, I've changed my not actually changing residence, but then I changed my place of abode on Saturday, because some soldiers came in to the house, asked for me, and told them that I wasn't in. So I had to leave the house, Pipeline, and go to Kanifing.
You went into hiding,
I went into hiding, you know. I went to a sister, Nyanganjai, you know, went into her house and lived with her. I mean, for until Tuesday or so, when the situation was calm, you know. That,
do you know why the soldiers came looking for you?
Well, I believed they wanted my services, because I know that whenever there is a change of government in any country through a coup d'etat, the coup makers, their first point of contact is with the lawyers to promulgate the laws for themselves. And I believed that exactly that is what they wanted me to do, and I couldn't really help them in their treasonable activities. So I went into hiding.
At this stage, you considered that this successful coup d'etat was still a treasonable activity, correct?
Well, certainly, I mean, overthrowing any constitution, however successful the coup d'etat might be, is still, for me, it is a crime.
Just to push that point a little further, and for the purposes of legal education, do you subscribe to the Kelsenian notion that a successful coup d'etat, once it becomes accepted by the people, becomes a new ground norm for that society, and therefore can be called legitimate and thus acceptable?
That is Kelsey's theory, and certainly there have been some other theories, and my professor, Elias, propounded a philosophy different from that of Kelsen in the context of the Nigerian coup d'etat. And in fact, because of his pronouncement as the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the military government then promulgated the Supreme, they call it Supreme Council decree, supremacy decree, so that all decrees, supersede. All decrees, now, prevail over any other law in the country. So because of how Theo Elias treated that particular situation, of course, the prevalence of opinion, of course, is that when a coup succeeds, the new order takes the place of the old order. So when people comply, then it becomes de facto government.
So you subscribe to that notion in spite of Elias's belief that the Constitution should always remain supreme and cannot be overthrown by decrees?
Well, the Constitution remains supreme in certain aspects, not in every aspect. As far as the executive is concerned and the legislature, they are abrogated. So unless institutions as the judiciary that remains intact. And in our own case, not only was the executive and the legislature abrogated, but even fundamental rights, the decree even did away with fundamental human rights in this country. And I think that is decree number 30.
Yes. But back to this particular point, at the end of the day, the Kelsenian theory would definitely prevail. At least that's exactly what happened in Gambia, in the sense that the Constitution or elements of the Constitution was overthrown, allowing for rule by decree, and that is what obtained in Gambia and happened to be the accepted law in Gambia at that time.
Yeah, that is right.
That's right.
That's right.
So, but that regardless, you maintained your abhorrence to the change of government by forceful means.
That is absolutely correct.
So can you tell us how this unlawful change was received by the Gambia Bar Association?
Well, naturally, the Gambia Bar Association reaction was to ask the government to return power to civilian authority within, I believe, 6 months, because we had convened. I was then vice president of the Bar Association. We had convened, we met, and passed the resolution, and we wrote to the military government that they should hand over power to the civilian government within 6 months. I personally delivered the letter, and then the secretary of the cabinet, then I think was Mr. Salah, Abdullah Salah. I delivered the letter to him. Yeah.
And just still at the Bar Association, fortunately I had the privilege of attending that meeting, having been called to the bar just a month before. I guess I must have been the newest, or my set was the newest, or the newest baristas at the time. And we were privy to the discussions. That act started creating a rift between the Gambia Bar Association and the government. Would that be your interpretation?
Well, certainly the government didn't appreciate what the Gambia Bar Association did. We were on the side of the Constitution, on the side of the law, and they were on the side of power. And we certainly couldn't say eye to eye. And in fact, way down about November or so, there was a little rift in the bar because the issue of the legal year was being discussed. Myself and some others, in fact, I led that group, that we cannot really attend a legal year celebrations presided over by a man in military uniform, some people who have overthrown the Constitution of the Gambia. We cannot rub shoulders with them, and they're telling us about the rule of law, when in fact they have assaulted the Constitution. They have negated all rights of the people, overthrown the legitimately elected government of the country, and humiliating people, denying them their rights. We cannot possibly attend a legal year celebration presided over by those people. And at the end of the day, it came a matter of personal choice, and I chose to be on the side of the Constitution. I chose to be against the military coming to talk to me about the rule of law.
Well, I too did not attend that legal year. I was disappointed, of course. This was going to be my first one as a lawyer, but I had to also support that decision and not attend. But that too was not viewed with favor by the government, was it?
It was not.
In fact, on that day, you held an interview. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, on that day, BBC got a call from BBC and asked about the legal year, why the Bar Association was not attending, or what was the question of the Bar Association. And my answer was that, even though I was president of the Bar Association, I did not have the mandate of the Bar Association to speak on that issue with anybody. So I cannot really give them the position of the bar. But I personally felt that it is wrong for any lawyer to attend such a gathering. That is an affront to us. And I said that I cannot go and rub shoulders with people who have really overthrown the Constitution of this country. And later on that day, whilst I was Bundu, people came and pretended to be clients, and wanted me to give them some advice. But when I went out of the compound, I was grabbed. And because passers-by started shouting, and people in the compound, this was Trrc's compound, people in the compound came out and rescued me from the people who wanted to take me away. I didn't know them.
But did you ultimately find out who these people were?
Well, I was told, although I never confirmed. I was told that one of them was the brother of Baba Job, Mr. Dada Job.
And do you know what name was ascribed to this particular group of people?
No, at that time I didn't know. I didn't.
Have you ever had this committee for the defense of the revolution?
Well, yes. Well, I heard that there was a committee for the defense of the revolution, but its membership, I do not know.
But from the information you gathered, did it suggest that these individuals who attempted to abduct you, including Baba Job's brother, were in fact members of this so-called group committee for the defense of the revolution?
Well, there could be, but I had no such information, and I had no such knowledge.
That's good. But prior to this event, the Bar Association visited the junta. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, we visited the junta to again reiterate our position as to the desirability of the military returning to the barracks and handing over the country to civilian rule. And it was not a hostile meeting, and was quite taken aback by, well, not taken aback, but pleasantly surprised by a statement that Edward Ngate made. Now look, we are blind people. You are the people who see. So please, if you see us fall into any ditch, just warn us, and please help us. And when we are leaving, the chairman, Jame, shook my hands and looked at me and said, "It's okay, boril mol male dorong." Yeah.
What was he alluding to?
Well, when they came to my house, and I avoided them. Yes.
You ran away.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
ran
he
away.
was suggesting,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Yes. So, and then of course, Darboe Kundas and Jame Kundas, we throw things at each other, and then, I said, that I was a coward, so that is it. And we laughed over it. Yeah.
Could you, Mr. Darboe, could you kindly translate what that phrase meant? Iteo ikaborile molale, something like that.
Well, literally it means, you run away from people. Literally.
I just did that for the record.
Yes,
of course.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So that was a very, well, it was somewhat cordial meeting. And that must have been the day when the Attorney General was appointed.
That is correct. That was the day the Attorney General was appointed. In fact, after we left,
and who was he?
Mr. Mbai, far from Mbai. After we left the State House, Mr. Mbai is my big brother. We confide in each other, consult each other on a lot of things. Yeah, and he then called me and said, "Look, I have been offered the position of Attorney General, and that what do I think?" And I said, I think it was an opportune moment for him probably to continue on whatever plans he had when previously he was Attorney General. See whatever reforms could be brought in, and that whatever assistance could be given to the regime in matters of directing them on the things that are in tune with the law, that he'll be well placed to do so. And I prayed for him that for his success as Attorney General, because there has to be an Attorney General. Whatever happens, there has to be an Attorney General.
But this opposition to the unlawful overthrow of the Constitution, it subsided, did it, after the initial protest?
Well, by the bar as a body, yes, it subsided. But individual members of the bar still held on to their stand. They still believed that it was unconstitutional, it was unlawful, and that the military has no business in the administration of the country other than safeguarding its territorial integrity and standing by the government in the performance of its constitutional mandate.
But in spite of that personal belief, there was no public display of disagreement or lack of recognition of the authorities as the government of the day.
There was certainly no lack of recognition as the government of the day. Certainly not.
And in fact, processes, both legal and administrative, continued with this new government in the normal way that was envisaged under the law.
That is correct.
But of course, this new government continued on until sometime in 1995, when there was more public opposition or demonstration against the government. Do you recall those events?
Well, I recall,
I am driving particularly at the October 1995 demonstrations at the American Embassy when members of the PPP or alleged supporters of the PPP were arrested and detained.
Well, actually, I wasn't aware that there were any demonstrations anticipated or demonstrations being organized. I was really not aware of that until this Sunday, I can't remember whether it was 15th October or not, when I was called by Mr. Dabamarena and asked that I should go and report to the Bakau police.
And who is this Mr. Dabamarena?
He was then an NIA operative. He asked me to report to the...
Do you recall where you were when
I was then in Bakau, in Wavu, where every Sunday, the friends, me and my friends, that's where we meet every Sunday. We have lunch together, and Dr. Sirif Sise, Dr. Borususu, Mara Fambayo, my group, every Sunday we meet there and have lunch. And I had just gone there, to wait for lunch when Dabamarena called and said that I should report to the Bakau police station.
Did he say the reason why you should?
He did not, but I responded that, look, if he felt that I have done anything wrong, I have committed any crime, they should come and arrest me. I'm not going to voluntarily surrender myself to anybody. Yeah, and that was the end of the conversation. But then, he called one of my junior counsel, Mr. Jabate. He was then, in the security forces, and asked him to prevail on me to really go and surrender myself.
Which Mr. Jabate are you referring to?
Lamin Jabate.
And you said he was a junior counsel, and at this time working with the security forces. Can you be a little more specific on that? Which branch of the security forces was he working at this time, if you can remember?
Well, I'm not sure whether he was in the prosecution section of the police. I'm not too sure whether but he was in the security.
But it's Lamin Jabate.
Lamin Jabate, yes.
From Bansang.
From Bansang, we call him Baba Dinin Jabate.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
He's from Bansang. He subsequently became a high court judge and attorney general. Yes, we come from Bansang. So, and he was kind of my junior brother. So I guess Dabamarena knew of our relationship and asked him to prevail on me to surrender myself to the police. Then he came, found us at Divu, and convinced me. He said, because if I let them come to do arrest, they were going to get the state guards come on me, and they would brutalize me, So it was in my interest that I should go with him. So he escorted me, to Bakau Depot.
And what happened Did you go to Bakau Depot or did you go to the police station as was suggested?
No, I went to the Bakau Depot. I was taken to the Bakau Depot instead of the police station.
So can you tell us what happened when you got there?
Well, on arrival at the depot, a place that subsequently became my accommodation here, found there are a lot of people inside. I couldn't identify them because I was distance. I was outside, and I believe someone from the NIA, I believe it was Mr. Mendy, he asked me a question. Why does MC Cham come to make telephone calls to Sir Dauda from your office? I said, look, MC Cham never comes to make a telephone call to Sir Dauda in my office. But in any case, what is the crime about that? If he does that, what is criminal about that? And if you want to know whether or not any calls are made to Sir Dauda from my phone, you can go to Gamtel, get your printout, do your investigations. But it's not criminal for anybody to make a telephone call to Sir Dauda Kairaba Jawara. Yeah. And then he asked me to make a statement on that issue, which I did very short. And I questioned what was the criminality about that. And then I was registered in the residence, where I found several PPP members, including OJ, who was my classmate,
who
Omar
do you
Jallo.
mean by, yes.
Omar Jallo. Found Omar Jallo there. I found Hussein Njai, MC Cham, Raif Diab, Sarani Jata, Ismail Jawara, several other people, Mr. Jallo, Samba Jallo, Mustafa Diba, Mr. Sise, Mr. Sise, he was permanent secretary, yeah, and several others. Yeah.
Can you give us an estimate of the number of people you found there?
But certainly it was not less than 60.
Good. Do you know why these people were detained there?
Well, when I went, I subsequently knew that they were detained because they were alleged to have been involved in demonstrations or organizing demonstrations for the ouster of the former regime, that they were protesting against that.
You indicated a bit earlier that that place became your residence or your accommodation. Are you suggesting that you were also detained there?
Yes, I was detained.
Did they tell you that you were being detained there?
Nobody told me that I was being detained, but seeing armed men on guard at the entrance of the residence suggests to me that I was not at liberty, that I could not really go out if I want to. And in fact, that reality became very apparent when I wanted to answer the call of nature. I had to be escorted to go out and pass water. So I knew that my liberty had been taken away from me. I was under detention, whether justifiably or not, but I knew that I was under detention.
Were you told what crime you committed?
I was never told what crime I committed, but during the period of my detention, there was this funny army officer, called Alaji Kanyi. He would come by 10 o'clock, sit outside there. Lawyer Darboe, Dikri Jumale Mutabi. Another occasion, he would come, Lawyer Darboe, Munebela Mol Bon la Wat Jumale Janto.
translate those comments for us?
Well, what I say, under what decree have you been arrested? And when are you going to get your people free? Yeah. So nobody told me, and I was hoping that when this gentleman was telling me that decree Jumale Mutajanto, if I didn't tell him, he would tell me, but nobody told me.
So, what was the purpose of this funny soldier, as you called him?
It was to taunt. It was to taunt me. It was really to taunt me to, probably get me infuriated and react.
When was the last time you saw this soldier, Alaji Kanyi?
When the last time I saw him? The last time I saw him was on the screens of the television.
In which context?
In the context of giving evidence before this commission.
So it's the same Alaji
It
Kanyi
is the same.
who testified before this commission? It was
the same. It was the same. And in fact, when he was even discharged from the army, he came to my law chambers to say that what people say against him is not true. They call him killer, but he have never killed anybody.
And what's your assessment of that statement?
I just looked at him and I never responded.
I mean, what is your assessment of that statement?
I thought that was a terrible lie.
Before this commission, Mr. Kanyi was asked this question, whether he taunted you by uttering the statements you just mentioned, and he flatly denied. What do you say to that?
Well, he was just trying to cover up his shame. He was certainly not telling the truth. After all, there were other soldiers. Anyone who mistreated us, we knew.
Is it true that at that stage he was being called Mofala Kanyi?
Well, I don't know what he was being called at that time. I certainly did not know. But then, because even I had to inquire, had to find out. Because when he doesn't come into the hangar, he sits outside, he yells my name, and puts his funny question. And I had to find out from some of the soldiers who this person was. And they told me that who he was. And in any situation, you do have some good people. One of the sergeants, I happened to be his father's lawyer. And he wasn't taking kindly to what Alaji was saying to me. And I asked him, and he told me his name, that he was Alaji Kanyi from Jara Sankuya.
You can still remember the place he came from?
Oh, yes.
You must have been very hurt by what he said.
Well, I certainly felt bad that a person of such low thinking capacity could be allowed by the regime to come to our detention center, taunt us, try to psychologically suppress us, try to break us down psychologically. I felt very bad about that. And I felt bad more about it, not because of what he himself was doing, but his masters, at whose behest, on whose behalf he was doing these things. I felt terribly about that these could not be the people who should really be left to manage the affairs of this country.
You found at that hangar, as you call it, that detention facility, you found about 60 people there. Could you tell us their general condition when you saw them?
Really, really terrible.
We want a full description, as far as you can recall.
Maybe I wouldn't be able to recall in specific individuals. But because MC Cham was my uncle, he's my uncle. He was in a terrible situation. And I know he must have been brutalized.
What did you see on him that suggests to you that he was brutalized?
Well, I saw bruises on him, and still very strong man. You know, for him to sit down for a while was finding it difficult. Those who know MC Cham really know that he is a very robust person, very strong person. If he finds it difficult or could not sit for a long time, he must have suffered something. Ismaila Jawara was equally in a very terrible situation, very terrible condition. Yeah? He had bruises all over. Not only that, you know, I saw the spills of onions when women on scale fish. That water poured on him.
By who?
By the people who had taken custody of him.
And who are these people?
And these are the security officers. And Uncle Rife, he was lying on the floor, and there was this, young soldier, you know, protesting. Look at these people. You know, you want to overthrow this government. You know, you want to bring the Americans to kill us. But we'll kill all of you. Insulted our mothers. Said profane, things about us and our parentage. And looked at Rife, kicked him on the head, and said, look at you, foreigner, coming here to destabilize this country.
Do you recall the name of that soldier?
No, I don't. In fact, they never disclosed their names. And Uncle Rife just raised his head, looked at this man, and said, "Ntama na Gambian singla, na tankunglela."
What does that mean in Mandinka? Can you translate it into English?
It means that, you know, I never migrated to the Gambia. I was born in the Gambia.
And he said so in Mandinka?
In Mandinka. Uncle Rife is a Mandinka. He just happened to be not black. Well, Uncle Rife is Mandinka, from Janjambure.
What was his last name?
Diab.
Apart from Uncle Rife and Mr. MC Cham and Jawara, did you see any other person in that group who you believe to have been brutalized, as you call it?
Well, virtually, I think virtually all of them were brutalized. You know, I think I was the only lucky one who was not subjected to any physical torture.
So by brutalize, you mean torture?
Yes.
So, and you are the only one who was spared?
I believe I was the only one who escaped it.
There were some women who were detained with this group. Are you aware of that?
Well, yes. I know Kosotelo, Adamasise, and Mama Jawara, you know, but I believe they were taken to the Banjul station.
And now that we have talked about the conditions in which you saw these people, let's talk about the conditions of detention. Say the physical conditions of the hangar and general conditions in which you were detained.
You know, the hangar is, of course, the place that is used for maintenance of vehicles, you know, changing of oil and so forth. We had an old, dirty tarpaulin that was our bedding, and of course insects crawling all over us. It was hot and not permitted to have bath, no change of clothing, and, no food. When I mean no food, food that we are accustomed to eating. In fact, when we manage to smuggle in piped peanut, we call that filet. Yeah. So it was a real terrible condition.
Would you describe those conditions as humane?
I think the conditions were sordid and squalid.
And you indicated that some of your colleagues there were brutalized. Do you know whether any one of them has been allowed to go out and receive medical treatment?
No, none was allowed to go out to get medical treatment.
Personally, did you suffer any physical injuries?
I did not suffer any physical injuries, but I had infection. Because for several days I never had a bath. Even the smell of my body, I found it nauseating. I would want to vomit. When I raised my arms and my odor coming from my armpit, found it nauseating, I want to vomit. And my umbilicus, sweat, settled in, and then, got infected.
You mean your belly button?
That's right. And then had a quote unquote a nephew, because he's a nephew to a friend who was in the pyramid of the police. Yeah. When he learned of my condition, he came in and arranged that in the evenings, when all officers are away, he could come in and attend to me. Yeah. He would clean the infected area and with Dettol, and give me some antibiotics to drink, and then he would take the rest away so that nothing is found on me. And in that process too, he would arrange for Dr. Borosuso, my friend, to come and see me so that he could go tell the family that at least I am alive and that I'm not suffering any ailment. Yeah. And on occasions too, they will bring a shawarma for me, which I would consume before I'm taken back into the cells. Yes. So he was very kind. He's in the naval unit of the Gambia Armed Forces. He's Mr. Sedi.
Do you know whether your 60-odd other colleagues had that opportunity?
No.
And for how long were you kept detained in that condition?
I was kept detained in that condition for, I think, about 23 or 24 days when I was released.
During this period, were you taken before any court of law?
I was never taken before any court of law, nor was I taken before any administrative tribunal.
At that time, what was the longest period of pre-trial, of pre-appearance period for detention? The longest period you could be detained without charge. What was the period at the time?
Well, Council, I think this was even the time when the human rights provisions in the Constitution were abrogated. So we had to rely on the common law, and it should be reasonable as soon as practicable.
That's right. But even at this stage, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the detention period was extended to 72 hours, and it was subsequently that a decree was passed allowing for a period of detention, prolonged period of detention without challenge. I guess that was the case, wasn't it?
Yeah, the decree was promulgated a day after my release, because I certainly was going to sue for unlawful detention. And I think it was to preempt me and others who might want to sue the government for unlawful detention that decree was promulgated.
And you were released, and what happened to your colleagues with whom you were in detention?
My colleagues, they remained in detention until about January 1997. They continued.
Almost how many months? Almost 1 year.
More than 1 year.
Another 1 year.
More than 1 year.
More than 1
because they were still in detention when the presidential elections took place in September of 1996. And it was before the National Assembly elections of 1997 that they were released. And they were released because the United Democratic Party made it a condition of its participation in the National Assembly election that these people must be released from detention.
What do you say to the suggestion that these people were released because some government official made arrangements with the Imam Ratib of Banjul to go and plead with Chairman Jammeh?
I'm not aware of that. What I'm aware of is that we made it a condition because already presidential elections had been universally acclaimed to be very flawed elections. And I believe the government, in order to have any credibility, had to give in to the demands of the United Democratic Party to have these people released.
Would you say that it is self-serving if, say, I tell you that Babukar Jatta, who had responsibility for Fajara barracks at the time, and therefore physical control over those who were detained? Or do you say to the suggestion that he organized the release by sending or asking the Imam of Banjul to go to Jammeh and plead with him to secure the release of the detainees? Would you suggest that, or would you say that is self-serving?
I'm not aware that it is so. What I know is the United Democratic Party put pressure on the government to do so. And in any case, why would Babukar Jatta do things through the Imam of Ratib of Banjul? He was the person in charge of the detainees. He had enough influence in the position that he held in government to persuade his principal to tell him, bring to his attention the unlawfulness of what was being done and ask that he be released. He didn't have to go through any other person. I don't believe so.
So you maintain that these people were released mainly because of the political pressure?
Because of political pressure, that's all.
On the government?
On the government, yes.
Okay. So prior to the release of these individuals, you started a foray into politics. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Actually, my involvement in politics was not anything designed, was unplanned. In August of 1996, I returned from the United States, and I had found that people belonging to other parties that were banned decided to come together to form a party to challenge the incumbent, who was also preparing himself to contest as a civilian president.
And who are you referring to?
I'm referring to some members of PPP, some members of NCP, and some members of GPP.
Those are the people who came together and asked to organize under an umbrella led by yourself.
That is correct.
Okay. But who was the incumbent?
Yahya Jammeh. Yahya Jammeh was the incumbent. Yeah. And of course, it was not an easy decision, and in fact, it wasn't a decision that I could take just by myself. I had family, I had friends. I knew the situation in the country was such that whatever decision one takes on those lines could also affect your family, could affect your friends.
We are interested in understanding what was the environment like at that time. And of course, that would inform or would set color or light on the enormity of that decision at the time.
Of course, the environment was one that was hostile to any challenge to Jammeh's political aspirations. And that is why other parties, particularly the ruling party, that's why they were banned from taking part in the political life of the country. The leading personnel, the leading figures in all these parties were all banned because Yahya Jammeh did not want to have any opposition to him that will really shake his position. He wanted to make sure that he had an easy ride. So anyone really willing to lead any party that is formed by PPP, GPP, and NCP will certainly be a formidable force, and Yahya Jammeh will certainly fight against such a party by any means and at all costs. And as it has came, and it became later on, you will see how much he detested UDP and how much he did to make sure that UDP does not strive in this country.
Do you recall the individual who called you while you were in the US to tell you that they wanted you to lead a political party?
Well, actually, one of my friends, Alaji Sekou Kante, popularly known as Job Kante, and I even wondered how he was able to get the phone number. I wondered how he was able to get it. But then I did not give any response until when I had consultations with my family. And I must say, I was probably half decided when I got to Summer to refill my car. A gentleman, thick-bearded gentleman on a motorbicycle came by, stood by my car, looked at me, and said, "Lawyer Darboe tet nyem tibang." I said, "Ntelom, ha ntelom." Then he said, "Ikana mola jikotinya. Ikana mola jikotinya. Ikana mola jikotinya."
What does that mean in English?
He said, "I should not betray their confidence."
The first phrase?
The first phrase was, no, he repeated this 3 times. He said, "Aren't you Lawyer Darboe?" I said, "Yes, I am." And then he said, "Please, don't betray our confidence. Don't betray our confidence. Don't betray our confidence."
And what did you understand him
and
to
tears
mean?
started rolling down his cheeks. And that really had some impact on me.
What did you think he was referring to when he said, "Don't betray our confidence"?
I think he was referring to the fact that I shouldn't turn down the leadership of the United Democratic, because what had gone wrong, the Gambia, that I was being considered that I'm in fact thinking about it. So what had gone around?
People were harboring expectations that you would lead the party.
That I would lead the party.
And this was the only viable and credible opposition to Yahya Jammeh's aspirations at the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So kindly tell us, what are the first activities you championed when you decided to join or to lead this new party in opposition to Jammeh?
Well, of course, I mean, the first activity was really the launching of the party, which we had scheduled to take place in Brikama. And unfortunately, we couldn't launch the party because when the crowd was so huge that my personal security for me became an issue, because anything could happen in that crowd. We didn't have the security that could protect me, and we had to really postpone the launching, and we did so the following week at Fitzgerald.
Where?
Fitzgerald Street.
Fitzgerald Street in Banjul.
In Banjul. And it was at this launching of the party that I talked about our vision for the Gambia. I mean, we talked about how we want to enthrone the rule of law in this country and do away with dictatorship and all its vestiges, never to appear in this country again. That the corruption that was taking root, we must make sure that it's abated. I made reference to the $3 million that was stolen and dumped in a Swiss bank account, because I had got documents, affidavits, and I challenged them that if they think that I was saying anything that was not true, I could be taken to court. And of course,
and can you tell us a little more about that accusation that you made against the government, $3 million? Who was alleged to have stolen that money?
Well, Ibu Jallow was alleged to have stolen that money. But we have had evidence that Ibu Jallow alone didn't benefit from that stolen, from the money stolen. We had evidence that Yahya Jammeh had an account opened in Switzerland in his name, and monies were deposited in that account. And in fact, after I made that revelation, I discovered another affidavit sworn to by Samuel Sarr in Senegal, confirming that $3 million was taken away, and that on the pretext that they were going to buy onions and so forth for the Gambian populace. And some of these monies were put in Yahya Jammeh's personal account. I started revealing their corruption. And I said that when we come into power, Koro Ceesay's murder must be investigated. And I call on the government that it should investigate it, because it's just unimaginable how a state minister can die in the circumstances in which Koro Ceesay was found and no credible investigation conducted. And I believed that the regime was probably responsible for it. That is why no investigations was launched. And I called for an investigation. And I said that we have to do this. And there was protest to the IEC by Edward Ngate.
And what was his protest?
That what I was making reference to about Koro Ceesay, that was not an issue for the election. But the chairman of the PIEC then, reaction was that this was a legitimate issue for the Gambians. So I was not really doing anything that was in breach of the code of conduct.
You said earlier that there was no investigations. Why do you think there was no investigations of such a significant murder?
We have not had any report from the government to say that they have conducted investigations and this was the result. Whether culprits were apprehended or not, there was no such report. And I believe that it was deliberate.
On the part of who?
On the part of the government, headed by Yahya Jammeh.
To do what?
To really suppress evidence.
So in fact, you suggesting the government was covering up that crime?
The government was covering up, government was covering up its own crimes.
In fact, you are accusing the government of having committed the murder.
I am accusing the government of being complicit in the murder.
Thank you very much. It's time for our first break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darboe, for that testimony. Council, I think we would reserve our questions maybe at the end of the afternoon session. Mr. Darboe, notwithstanding the long trip from the Middle East, seems to be pretty strong. He has a lot of energy. I think TRRC energizes people, so he is sufficiently energized, and we can continue and then reserve our questions until the end of the afternoon session. For the moment, we would take a 30-minute break and come back at 12 noon. Meeting is adjourned.
Wearing
Yellow.
yellow gold. But it doesn't feel too well to sit right opposite somebody wearing something looking like green. Welcome back anyway. Thank you very much, Mr. Darboe.
Thank you.
Before the break, you were talking about the first UDP rally in which you talked about the need to re-enthrone the rule of law in this country, the need to end the corruption of the Jammeh regime, in which you cited the theft of $3 million, in which you claim that you had affidavits suggesting that not only Ibu Jallow benefited, but also Yaya Jammeh, as the monies were deposited into Yaya Jammeh's account in a Swiss bank. Does that accurately summarize
That is correct.
the points we discussed?
That is correct.
You also talked about the need to investigate the murder of Mr. Kodosise, and you believe that the government refused to investigate the matter because they were covering up their own crime. That summarizes your statement on that particular issue, correct?
That is correct.
You also indicated that your statements about Kodosise or the need for an investigation were not received well by Mr. Edward Singate. He, in fact, had to report to the PIEC that this statement or this accusation should not be a campaign issue. It was a malpractice. That also characterizes what you said.
That is correct.
What position did Mr. Edward Singate occupy at that stage?
Well, at that time, he was the vice chairman of the junta. And in fact, I had even taken issue that on the dissolution of the AFPRC, his people cannot continue in government because there was nothing in any decree creating a transitional government that will be conducting the elections. I took up all those issues.
Can you explain how you took up that issue? What activities did you do?
Well, I said it
to
at
challenge.
I said it at political gatherings and at press briefings.
But you did not go to court.
I did not go to court. Of course, I mean, then we were busy with the campaigns because the AFPRC dissolved immediately when political activities were to resume. So we were concentrating on the campaign.
And off the bat, the AFPRC were not happy with some of your campaign themes: corruption, murder, and all those negative allegations. How did they respond to how you were conducting your campaign over the period of the campaigning cycle?
Well, I certainly wasn't following what statements they were making in response to what I was saying, but one thing was very prominent. Yankuba Toure did say that when I return from the provinces, I'll be burnt.
Could you say that again?
Yankuba Toure did say that when I return from the provinces, I would be burnt.
Who is this Yankuba Toure you
He was
to?
a member of the junta.
A member of the AFPRC?
A minister.
Which ministry did he hold?
I believe then he was Minister for Local Government.
Did he hold any position?
He was the mobilizer.
AFPRC mobilizer.
The APRC mobilizer, national mobilizer, APRC.
And how did you perceive that statement?
Well, I thought it was a threat. believe that it was a threat, and I believe that it was a statement made to silence me. And of course, that made me more vociferous.
So you carried on your campaign. Did APRC take any steps against your campaign apart from that threat that Yankuba Toure made against you?
Well, we had met. When I say we, I think all the parties, our representative had met at the PIEC and had drawn up our campaign, program, the itinerary, that we are not supposed to be in the same area in order to avoid conflict. We submitted these things and they were approved. APRC started off.
Approved by who?
By the PIEC.
Good. Proceed, please.
APRC started on the North Bank. We are also supposed to start on the North Bank 2 days after. But then they intentionally delayed their campaign programs within the North Bank region. That forced us to really start our campaign in the West Coast region. And in West Coast region, we had to start it off in Basori so that we could gain time to go to Soma and then cross over to Farafenye and come to SL. Yeah. That was done to frustrate our campaign. And when we reached Karawan, in fact, before reaching Karawan, we ran into trouble in Farafenye. Seni Sabali, our strong man, one of our strong men in North Bank region, was arrested. And when we came to Karawan, then Muniri Darboe was the governor of North Bank region. When we arrived in Karawan, the APRC were creating problem for us. In fact, Siaka Sonko, the head of my security team, was so apprehensive. He said, look, I have to change my accommodation. And my response was that, look, if you can't protect me, I'll protect myself. I'm not moving out of this place. I stayed on. But then, I don't know how it happened. That night, Siaka was arrested and taken away. And then Keba Fati had to step in as chief of our security outfit. The following day, we met at the commissioner's office. There was, because we are protesting that the APRC, we are really going against the rules agreed by all the parties and the PIEC. That we could not accept that. At the commissioner's, at the governor's office, there was radio communication, between the governor and the police. I don't know who he was talking to, but I believed it was the chief of police, F.R.I. Jame then. And what I had said that if they don't agree, shoot them. Yeah. And
let's get that clear and on the record. You suggesting that the commissioner was speaking to someone in Banjul who you believe to have been the IGP.
The IGP.
And that person was F.R.I. Jame.
Yes.
And what you had the person say on the phone was shoot them if they do not.
If they do not agree, because what they were suggesting was that we should really reduce our campaign team, because we had 2 trucks, one of them occupied by boys who call themselves democracy, another occupied by boys who call themselves human rights. Yeah, and that these were really the
With
people...
the support of democracy and human rights, you cannot lose an election.
Absolutely, you know. And these were the people, you know, who were really giving us protection, the leadership protection, you know. But some reason, Mr. Jatta called Babukar Jatta. He was then the army commander, I believe he was the army commander. He called and I spoke to him and I told him what the situation was, and I was insisting that we will go ahead in the way we planned our campaign.
Okay.
There was an attempt to frustrate it by Yahya Jammeh and his group, you know, going around in North Bank region. That was a very strong area for UDP, Badibus. Yeah? So they wanted to frustrate our campaigns in the area so they could stay there as long as they want. And they did the same thing in Same, stay there as long as they wanted.
Okay. Mr. Darboe, this is very important. Political harassment in order to gain political capital is something that is to be arrested and ended in this country. So we want to examine all these tactics that were used by the APRC such that we can put a stop to these things from happening again. So we would want you to explain some of these tactics that were used. From your testimony, I understand that the two parties were not supposed to be at the same location at the same time.
That's correct.
Right. And this was pre-arranged with the PIEC, correct?
That's correct.
And you both sides provided itineraries showing where they would be at what times.
That's correct.
And the party that is behind should not come to the same location as the party that is already ahead.
That's right.
So in the Badibus, your testimony suggests to me that the APRC were delaying their presence in particular locations to frustrate your arrival there.
To prevent us from getting to the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And another tactic you mentioned was the arrest of some of your members. You mentioned arrest of Seni Sabali in Farafenye.
That's correct.
Could you tell us what he was arrested for?
Well, Seni Sabali was arrested because he was organizing the UDP campaign, or amongst the people organizing the UDP campaign in the North Bank region. Remember, he was the brother, or he is the brother of the former Vice President Sehu Sabali. And the revulsion that the APRC has for, the PPP and PPP ministers was so enormous that, you know, it cascades down to the members of their family. So Seni Sabali, you know, was being seen in the image of Sehu Sabali. So if you can't get Sehu Sabali, to torment him, get his brother, torment him, as long as he is not supporting the cause of the APRC.
Do you know whether Seni Sabali was charged with an offense?
I don't think he was not charged with any offense. In fact, he was taken to Janjambure, but was not charged with any offense.
Do you know for how long he was detained?
Well, he was detained, I think, even up to after the presidential elections. I'm not too sure about that, but I think so.
Was he ever presented before a court of law?
Not that I'm aware of.
So your belief is his detention was unlawful?
It was unlawful.
It was
politically motivated.
In order to
intimidate, you know, the following of the United Democratic Party. That if a person of the stature of Seni Sabali can be taken away, detained for as long as they wish, what should you weaker people, you the small ones, we could do, the same thing to you. It was all intended to intimidate.
How about Siaka Sonko?
Siaka Sonko, I believe the same thing. It was to intimidate him and to also to ensure that I do not have the professional security advice that I should be relying on during the course of my campaign.
At this particular period, the evidence we have also suggests that K. Messing was also arrested at around the same time. Is that the case?
That is the case. Kemison was also arrested at around the same time because he is the person who is in charge of our campaign in the Lower River region. And of course, everyone in the Gambia knows how much Lower River region supports the United Democratic Party. So the key people, it was thought, should be arrested, detained, so that you frustrate the United Democratic Party in its campaign against the APRC.
So we have now gone through a few methods. One is delay their movement such that you cannot progress. That is one tactic. The second is arresting some of your members so that the others would feel intimidated. A third you have mentioned is personal threats that have been issued to the leadership. You agree with these three, that we've covered them so far?
Yeah, I agree entirely. In fact, with that statement made whilst we are in Karawan, when Babakar Jatta got in contact with me, he arranged for protection to be given to us. We had escort. The PIU personnel, headed by Captain Soare, really gave us escort from Karawan throughout the country. But I found during the course of the campaign that it was more apparent than real. And in fact, it also served as a means of frightening our supporters, because they would know of our next meeting place, and they would dispatch people there, some uniformed men, and they would threaten the people that they should not come out. So it was counterproductive, in as much as what was meant to protect, but then it was also undermining our campaign efforts.
Do you know who sent that group to come out to you and pretend to be your protectors when on the ground they're intimidating others? Who sent them?
Babakar Jatta sent the group, but I believe that he did so in all honesty and only sincerity to afford us protection. Because during the period that we are having problems with the APRC, Babakar Jatta had been my contact person. He would be the person that I would always contact, and he would really step in to soften some situations. So I think he did it honestly and sincerely. Probably some other person might have influenced Captain Soare and his people to behave in ways that was not intended by Jatta.
But with regards to that intimidation of your supporters by soldiers under the authority of Captain Soare, do you know whether Captain Soare was aware of what was going on?
No, I'm not sure of that.
Did you complain to Captain Soare or to Babakar Jatta?
No, I did not.
So you just went along knowing that this was the situation?
Yes.
All right. So during that tour, you eventually arrived in SL, did you?
Yeah, we eventually arrived in SL and held meeting in SL. And of course, it was not free of problems. It was not free of trouble.
What were the problems?
Some of our supporters who had crossed over from Banjul to SL were assaulted by APRC supporters.
Where were they assaulted?
In SL.
Do you know who led the group that assaulted?
I certainly do not know the particular individuals that led this group, but of course, then the people who assaulted who did the assaulting were APRC supporters, because UDP supporters wouldn't assault UDP supporters for any reason.
apart from that argument, sensible as it is, do you have anything else to suggest that the assault was done by UDP supporters, by APRC supporters?
Oh, of course. UDP supporters did say that they were. In fact, my sister, Fatu Darboe, was one of the people who crossed over to SL to attend our rally there, and she said that they were assaulted by APRC supporters.
But did she provide anything to suggest or to buttress the cogency or the truthfulness of that statement?
She didn't provide any tangible, real evidence or otherwise, but I had absolutely no reason to doubt her assertion that they were assaulted by APRC supporters.
And these victims, do you know what injuries, if any, they suffered during that assault?
No, I wasn't told of any injuries sustained by anyone in SL. Our injuries were sustained towards the end of our campaign period, which was not in SL.
Okay.
Yeah?
Can you, from SL, you crossed into Banjul?
No. From SL, you see, it was like, coming from Basore, go to Farafeni, come to SL, and then going back into the provinces. That is how APRC put us in that terrible situation. We are supposed to leave SL, go straight up to Same, come back, cross at Janjambre, Basse, and then come through the west coast.
During that period, did the rest of the campaign in the provinces go smoothly, or did you encounter any difficulties?
Well, our campaigns really went on smoothly. When I say smoothly, we were happy. Attendance at our meetings at 4 a.m. Remember, this was in September. Yeah, what we would say, that was the time that the crops, really growing fast. In fact, goose, millet, and so forth. Could you imagine? 4 a.m. you find people at their bantaba waiting for us. Find people, in the villages that are not part of our program. People out there on the roadside, waiting for us and asking us to have a meeting with them. We knew we had won that elections.
You believe you had won?
We knew we had won it. We not only believed, but we knew we had won it, and it was stolen from us. People who did so shamelessly.
We would come to that, Mr. Darboe. But before then, let's talk about the rights violations first, and then we would culminate into that point. So the rest of the campaign went smoothly until you arrived at the Denton Bridge on 22nd September 1996. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. In fact, when we got into the Canfield municipal area, particularly from Westfield, we are confronted with assaults. Some of our supporters in my party T-shirts were attacked, and T-shirts they wore torn, and I have no evidence, but I have claims that pregnant women were malhandled, and this assault continued until when we got by Denton, because there were a lot of vehicles. Our last meeting, because we didn't have a meeting in Banjul according to the itinerary, so we should have had a meeting in Banjul on the 22nd of September. And we are going to Banjul, but then we were laid in ambush at Denton Bridge.
Okay, before Denton Bridge, you said at
Westfield.
Your group was attacked. Yeah. Even a pregnant woman was malhandled or Can you explain what you mean by that? What happened to this pregnant woman, as far as you recall, as far as you know?
Not that I saw it myself.
Fair enough.
That I was told.
Indeed.
I was told.
Yes, but let's get the details of what happened to this woman.
Yeah, that the T-shirt she wore, was she was virtually undressed in public.
She was stripped of her clothes.
Because if you take off the T-shirt that a woman is wearing, you are really laying her bare, nude, in public, and not only. Because I was told, not only was that done to her, but she was also beaten. She was also severely beaten. For the only reason, because she supports United Democratic Party.
Do you know whether other supporters of the party who were present at that moment were also attacked and beaten?
Well, I cannot say whether there were other supporters were also attacked and beaten. But certainly there was what you could call a fight in the place.
You had democracy and human rights defending you.
Well, the democracy and human rights, they were ahead because they would always go ahead to go to the meeting ground. They are the people who really suffered a lot at Denton Bridge because they were in the forefront. If you call, they were the front. The head of the convoy, lead vehicles in the convoy. They had their drums in their vehicles. Each of the vehicles had a drummer, and one of them, that's it, I believe, democracy, they had Farbajo Darboe, I think from Kiang, I believe from Kiang Burong, his master drummer. He's Barawulo, he's whenever people in this area want to have a real Barawulo, they would ask Farbajo to come down. Yeah? And he was, in fact, he continuously drummed while as the vehicle, because I don't know how they managed it, but even attire, they were doing that in the vehicle. Yeah? They were the people who ran into the ambush. And
when the ambush was taking place, where exactly were you in the convoy?
Well, I must have been about 6 vehicles away. 6 vehicles away from the ambush,
And how many meters or kilometers would you estimate?
No, it wouldn't be kilometers. I think it, let's say maybe about 500, 200. Not. I don't think it would be more than 200 meters.
So from your position in the convoy, you were able to see?
No, I couldn't see right in front because it was at night. It was at night.
Gotcha.
It was not during the day. This was about 9 o'clock or so at night. It was dark in the area. And of course, when it became apparent to us that there was an ambush, and probably I was the principal target of the ambush, the security, Mr. Fati, advised that we should take a U-turn and go back to Pipeline. I was driving the vehicle with Dr. Sise. In fact, I was in Dr. Sise's car, driving with him. So we drove and went back to Pipeline. But others like Sidia Sanyang, we are caught in the ambush.
So I take it from your testimony that you did not see the ambush exactly taking place.
No, I did not.
But did you later find out what happened during that ambush?
Well, I found out that these people in the human rights and democracy vehicles were all made to disembark the vehicles, and others were also made to disembark their vehicles, and they were really tortured, brutalized.
By who?
By the soldiers. And I was told that Yankuba Toure was amongst the people who were torturing and brutalizing these people.
Which Yankuba Toure are you referring to?
The national mobilizer for APRC.
What other position did he hold at the time?
He was minister, and I was told that not only because AFPRC had dissolved, I was told that he had put on military uniform. When according to the order dissolving the AFPRC, he was no longer a member of the Gambia Armed Forces.
This information, did you receive it from one person or from more than
No,
one
no, not
person?
from one person, from several people who were victims, who identified him as being amongst the people that carried out this ambush and maltreated them.
Mr. Darboe, you are a very senior lawyer in this country. You are under oath. You have occupied, in fact, the second highest position in government. You are sitting there talking to the Gambian people. Do you have any reason to doubt what your party militants told you about what happened at that bridge?
I do not have any reason to doubt it, and I will say why. I did ask that a judicial inquiry be held into the 22nd September incident at Denton Bridge, so that those people who were responsible for this malicious act can really be dealt with according to law. And the government gave it a deaf ear. That inquiry, people have appeared at that inquiry and give evidence and be subjected to cross-examination. But the government simply ignored it because they knew that it was something that they had arranged, that this was a way of really disturbing the UDP campaign and disrupting it to their own advantage.
As far as you know, from the information you gathered from your party supporters, who was responsible for the brutalization of your supporters at the bridge?
Well, I would say that Yaya Jammeh was their principal, and those at the bridge were his agents. And I say, qui facit par alium par se facit.
In that case, could you translate what that means?
Yeah. He who does things through one another does it himself. So I think Yaya Jammeh was responsible for it.
And who were his agents?
His agents were those at the bridge, and as said by my supporters, one of them being Yankuba Toure.
In your statement, you indicated that Yankuba Toure and Edward Singate were responsible. In which context could Edward Singate be responsible?
Responsible in the context of being an agent, one of the agents.
Was he present there as far as
he was also mentioned.
So the suggestion is that Edward Singate was present, Yankuba Toure also was present.
They were mentioned, yes.
All right. So apart from calling for a government inquiry, did you complain to the PIEC?
Of course, we did complain to the PIEC about this, and it was, in fact, we even called a press conference on it. Yeah? And we did complain to the PIEC, but then nothing was done, and every year we try to celebrate 22nd September.
We would come to that celebration, the commemoration, but before then, what do you say to the suggestion by one of the persons accused as having been involved in this event, that no complaint was ever made to the PIEC about this incident, and that it was a surprise that years later you would go out and accuse Yankuba Toure of having been involved?
Well, I think that's a very fallacious suggestion. It is very factuous and very nonsensical. We made the complaint, and in fact, we even made representations to embassies in this country.
What do you say if I tell you that it's in fact Yankuba Toure who made that statement, that this was never reported?
Well, yeah,
this allegation was a fabrication by none other than yourself.
Well, you didn't expect Yankuba Toure to say anything other than a self-serving statement. I have stated here that I did not myself see. If I meant to mislead, I would say that I saw things. But I've said I didn't see these things. These are things that are told to me, and I have absolutely no doubt about it.
So in essence, you're saying that Yankuba Toure is simply lying to protect himself?
He is simply saying these things in order to save himself, in order to cover himself up. We had made these statements in the past, and we continue to say it.
25 years on, you still maintain that it was Yankuba Toure and Edward Singate who were at the bridge with the soldiers and brutalized your supporters?
I maintain that it was Yankuba Toure, Edward Singate, and some other soldiers who brutalized my party supporters in support of Yahya Jammeh's campaign, in support of getting Yahya Jammeh re-elected, in support of supporting Yahya Jammeh to intimidate the Gambian people. And I say this, and I stand by it, that the people who told me this are people who really know Yankuba Toure, and they know Edward Singate. And of course, Sidi Asanya was one of the people whom they maltreated and had his middle finger broken.
And that brings us to the next point as to what happened to these people. What did they do to them? What does this brutalization entail?
Well, certainly it had some devastating, I believe it has some devastating effect on them. They received injury, they sustained injuries, and several of them were attended to by Dr. Sise. Some he admitted in his clinic, others he treated as outpatients. In fact, they sprawled under the mango and behind my house. That's where a lot of them were. Those whose injuries were very severe, he had to get them admitted for a few days. And I believe he has records.
Any fatalities as far as you know? Any fatalities as far as?
Well, not immediately. Well, certainly some people died, and I personally believe that they died because of the horrendous treatment that was made to them. One person that stands out very prominent is Kebute Jafune, drummer. He died not long after these incidents.
Within 1 year?
I believe it was within 1 year. I believe it was within 1 year. Yes.
Apart from Kebute Jafune?
Well, apart from Kebute Jafune, I don't know. There may be others that died. Because Kebute Jafune was really a very prominent person. He was one of the best singers. The Jalibas, here, and suddenly his death, cannot go unnoticed or not being announced to the leadership of the party. There may be others that have died.
Do you see any connection between what happened at Denton Bridge and the threat you received from Yankuba Toure?
Of course. Probably if I was caught in the ambush, I might have been burnt, as he had promised.
So you believe that the attack at the Denton Bridge was in keeping with the promise that Yankuba Toure gave, that figuratively you would be burnt?
Well, figuratively, yes, because certainly, disrupting my campaign, making sure that we do not really complete things as we should have done, was really literally, if not me personally being physically burnt, but my party, was being burnt and being deprived of the opportunity to pursue its political fortunes. And because of that, we couldn't even hold our last rally in the Combos. So our campaign came to a halt on the 22nd.
Thank you very much for that. And what happened to some of the other members of your party, the members of the West Coast UDP committee? Do you know what happened to them?
Well, okay, that was in 1997. But on 22nd September, 2 members of my party were also arrested and taken to the NIA.
Who were they?
They were Amadou Sane and Yankuba Diba.
Did anything happen to them while at the NIA or at the bridge, or anywhere else they may have been arrested from?
Well, they were really subjected to very cruel treatment, beaten, and I was still searching in my old albums for the photograph of Amadou Sane and Yankuba Diba. Because immediately when they were released, I arranged for photographs to be taken of the state of their condition. And you could see deep lacerations on the back of Mr. Sane. And when I saw that, I just couldn't, because that's my kid brother, that anybody treating him that way for really exercising his constitutional right of belonging to another party in opposition to yours was most unacceptable.
I do believe that we have those pictures. In any case, Mr. Sane will testify, and he would be able to talk more about that particular incident. And tell us what happened in 1997.
Well, in 1997, the UDP was to hold its first Congress, because when the Constitution was submitted to the IEC, we had a provision that the persons who were designated as officials of the party would continue to be so until at the next Congress, or at the maiden Congress of the party, when the party members would now elect their leaders. And in preparation for that, West Coast region organized a regional congress in Brikama. And the people who were in charge of that congress, of the organization, were Singul Nyasi, Wasajane, Yusfa Cham, Bolon Sonko, Dembo Arasane, Sajo Kunjan Sane. Yes, I think these were the people who are in charge of organizing the Congress. The NIA came in, interrupted.
Who led them?
Well, I don't know who led them, because I wasn't there. Interrupted the Congress arrested them and took them to the NIA, where they were detained for several days. And when they were released, when the state in which they were was quite horrible, particularly Sadio Kunjansani had to invite Zotembo to come and see the physical conditions of these people. And she had to see Sadio Kunjansani in private.
Why is that?
Because he was a woman, and I guess it was necessary that she sees her in private. Yeah. So that Sadio could, really disclose to her what had happened to her. And when they came back into my office, the expressions on Zotembo's face was very grim, to me suggesting that Sadio Kunjansani was really treated in a way that no one should treat a woman.
Mr. Darboe, it's nice to be politically correct or legally accurate, but just say it. Tell us, we want to know what happened.
No, actually, Zotembo did not tell me. Zotembo did not tell me.
So
the sad thing about it, Sadio Kunjansani died afterwards, and the woman that I knew in 1996 at the launching of the United Democratic Party, the woman that I knew that was in my campaign team in 1996 was no longer the woman that was until her death.
Do you know, or did they really identify who brutalized them?
Well, they mentioned Darboe Marena. The late Darboe Marena was mentioned. They mentioned somebody called Bombardier. It's Camara.
Did they mention a first name?
No, they mentioned Bombardier, his nickname. And Bombardier, we all knew, was part of the state guards.
And what was his last name?
His surname was Camara.
And what was his first name, as far as you know?
No, as far I don't recollect his first name, but
was it Kausu?
Kausu Camara, that's right. Kausu Camara, yes, Kausu Camara. But his nickname was Bombardier. Pierre Mendy was also mentioned as being among the people
Who did what?
Who brutalized my party supporters, Sadio Kunjansani, Yusuf Cham, that group of people. Pierre Mendy was also mentioned.
So in essence, what you are saying is that you were told by your party supporters that they were tortured by Darboe Marena, Pierre Mendy, and Bombardier.
Yeah, they mentioned these people, yes.
As having tortured.
As having been amongst people, because those are the ones they could identify.
So these people are mentioned as perpetrators of torture.
Absolutely.
And as a result, Sadio Kunjang Singate died. Sane Kunjang Singate died.
No, well, she didn't die in 1997.
Yes, but she died as a result of those injuries. That's the suggestion.
That is what I believe. That is what I believe, yes.
You said you had to arrange for her injuries to be examined in private. Why was that decision taken?
No, in fact, I asked Zotembo to come in because I believe at that time she was the executive secretary for the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. So it is in the context of her involvement with human rights issues that I invited her to come in. I know she was in NCRC. I know she doesn't have any medical background, but at least I thought she, Sajo Kunyang, could feel comfortable to talk to a woman on what had happened to her, and even if necessary, show her parts of her body or her body. Yes, it is in that context that I invited Zotembo, because he was involved with international human rights issues.
Thank you very much for that. So it was during this period that you were making campaigns for the release of the political detainees, MC Cham and others, and it was subsequent to all these that they were released, correct?
Yes.
The problems that the UDP faced, inflicted by the AFPRC or the APRC at this time, did not end with the 1997 elections. But before we go to that, perhaps we should talk about the election results. You claim that you had won the elections and the elections were stolen. The win was given to the APRC. Can you expatiate on that?
Well, the results, as we have been released, we are leading throughout the country, and all of a sudden, for about 4 hours, there were no further releases of any results. In fact, we have subsequently learned that collations were being done at State House. Votes cast for UDP were given to APRC. But at the end of that 4 hours, before results started coming in, had the chairman, provisional chairman, distinctly say, "Can I go now?" Yes. I say this on oath, and I'm under oath. Had the chairman distinctly say, "Can I go now?" That is asking the military boys to release him, to go to wherever he wants to go, and then after that, results started coming in.
So your suggestion, therefore, Mr. Darboe, is that the PIEC chairman at the time was taken hostage by the military boys, as
that is right. That is right.
And he had to ask for permission to leave.
That's right.
After it was convenient because the results have been doctored.
That is right.
Did you go to court on that issue?
We didn't go to court
if
at all.
you had such evidence that would show.
We didn't go to court because look, at that time, whom did you have as Chief Justice of the Gambia? Al-Ghali. It was a waste of time for anybody.
But Mr. Darboe, you would admit that it would not be a waste of time to bring out the evidence for the entire Gambian population to see and to appreciate that the elections were stolen against you.
It would not be a waste of time to bring out that evidence before a credible judiciary. But a judiciary that will reject such evidence.
But the higher judiciary would be the people. The people can see for themselves that the elections were indeed stolen.
Indeed, the higher judiciary will be the Gambian people, and there are several Gambians who heard the chairman say that statement. And in fact, there was a Commonwealth technical person, I think it was an Australian, who was attached to the PIEC. And when the results were declared, he left the Gambia in protest. a newspaper, Africa, I think the New Africa also, carried out the results. The copies that came in the Gambia were all confiscated. This is truth.
Just to get a little more on this, for every polling station, I believe each party should have a representative. Isn't that the case, sir?
That is the case.
And for the counting, each candidate would be represented at the point of counting.
Should be represented. Should be represented.
Should be represented.
Should be represented.
And it is, in fact, the responsibility of the candidate or the party to ensure that their representative is present. Isn't that the case?
That is correct.
So if the candidate is not if the representative of the candidate is not present and irregularities happen, perhaps they are partly to be blamed for not being present and being able to see for themselves what's going on, isn't it?
That is to say, if the atmosphere allowed agents to be present at the counting stations.
Is it is it your suggestion, sir?
Let me just, because this evidence, this is what we have, Remember, you have to follow the ballot boxes. In fact, ballot boxes were then transported to counting centers. They was not counting on the spot.
True. That is true, sir.
So the agents, our agents, we are not allowed to be part of the convoy that was escorting the ballot boxes to the counting center. The military had taken effective control. So our agents were really not allowed to be present at all the counting centers.
But isn't that a major or an important aberration from the normal procedure, isn't it?
That is why the elections was held universally has been flawed.
And wouldn't that be a significant ground to challenge the results? Because the objective elements that were put in place to ensure that the results were credible were in fact deliberately removed by the government that is in power.
That is correct. That is correct. But then, if you look at the constitution that allows for the filing of petitions in presidential elections, it gives you only 15 days within which to file a petition. And in order for you to collate credible evidence, 15 days is just too short a period.
But I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, sir. Wouldn't it be easy to get party representatives who've been excluded forcibly or deliberately from escorting the ballot boxes? Couldn't it be easy to just get them to sign the necessary affidavits within this period, within this window of 15 days? I would imagine that hammering out an affidavit should not take more than a day or two.
Yeah, hammering out of an affidavit shouldn't take more than a day or two, but then, any good affidavit, the depositions should be unassailable, and you can do that by really interrogating the deponent properly and getting at the bottom. Otherwise, just put up materials together and present it for purpose of just being an affidavit. But in any case, we felt that there was absolutely no use going to court, being presided over by Al-Ghali.
Is that to say
and if we did that, we were going to legitimize a flawed election.
So no petition whatsoever
no petition was filed. No petition was filed, and we will not file a petition to legitimize a flawed election, because the judiciary, a judiciary that was being manipulated would just validate it, and then we wouldn't have anything to say.
So you'd rather you don't go to court at all? So
rather we don't go to court at all. When we deem it necessary to go to court, we did so.
Good. So the point was just to understand why the UDP did not decide to take the legal process that was available under the Constitution, because it appears that the flaws that you mentioned could have been good grounds to bring election petitions.
Yeah, there are good grounds, but we knew that there are grounds that will never be accepted by the court as it was then constituted.
But then, well, I leave that point because it's not so central to what we are to do here. But of course, the stealing of an election is quite an important issue. And perhaps maybe the Commission could consider looking further into this particular issue because many more elections would come in this country. And if there is room for elections to be stolen by anybody, perhaps this is one particular area in which Gambians would be so concerned as to want to look into all those loopholes and have them blocked. So, Mr. Darboe, let's proceed with what happened to the UDP, yourself and your supporters, after these particular elections. I would imagine that the harassment of the UDP supporters did not end with the 1997 election. Tell us what happened afterwards.
Well, the harassment,
2001, for instance.
The harassment continued, persisted. I attended a conference in Botswana on good governance, and of course, it was a conference attended by opposition parties as well as ruling parties. And President Jammeh was there as representing the government of the Gambia, leading the government of the Gambia, and I was there as representing the United Democratic Party, the opposition, and I believe, Mr. Suleiman Juf, the National Assembly member for Serakunda West, was there for APRC. And I believe this was later 1997 or early 1998. And on the day of my return, the UDP supporters went to the airport to receive me and organized a welcome ceremony for me. And the police would not let them. They wouldn't even let them go beyond the fence of the airport. Some managed to escape, and they had problems with the police. They say they would not allow them to blare the horns of their vehicles. Anybody who does so will be committing an offense. We really had a pull and pull with them until we came to Pipeline. Sankumbaji believed that he was DIG. Yeah.
What do you mean by AIG?
DIG.
DIG? What do you mean by that?
Deputy Inspector. I believe he was then Deputy Inspector General of Police. He had the audacity of coming into my premises to say they would stop people from drumming. And my nephew, one of my nephews, Dembakanye, was arrested because they were protesting and resisting. He was arrested, and the following day he was released. Yeah. In fact, I think it took a couple of days. It took a couple of days at the police. And when one of my nieces took food for him, because he had a UDP T-shirt on, she was driven away. Fatu Darboe, daughter of my elder brother, Darboe. She was driven away. But the more harassment that was meted out to UDP, the more determined I became that this system, this situation, cannot allow it to really continue in this country. Yeah. Whatever it takes, I'm prepared for any consequences.
And in 2001, in June, you went again on a campaign. Tell us what happened.
I believe it was in
Numuyel.
Yeah, I believe it was. No, I believe it was in. I think it was in 2000.
All right, because, tell us about
it. In fact, we had planned for a tour of the URD. We had previously gone to URD, and during the presidential elections, we didn't do well in URD. But in the National Assembly elections, the presidential elections of 2001, we did better than APRC in URD. But in 2001, I went out what I call on mopping up operations, because we had really done the work and was just going really to do the finish up. I arranged for the team to meet me in Bansang on the 15th of June, because there was the GAMO the previous day, so I had to attend the GAMO. So after the GAMO, I was to proceed to URR. The team met me at Bansang, and we proceeded, and our first place of meeting was Julangel in Jimara constituency. Elements of APRC and July 22nd movement came in and started disrupting our meetings, and we warned them that they should desist. We never get near the APRC, wherever they are meeting, we never get near them. So they should not really come to our meetings and disrupt them. From Julangel, we proceeded to Numuyel, and we had the same disruption. And we are going to Gambisara, and the current Minister for Information, he was then a reporter for BBC, took advantage to interview me, and I indicated what was happening.
Could you mention his name,
Honorable Ibrahim Asila.
Indeed.
Honorable Ibrahim Asila. And I took advantage to let the world know how APRC was behaving, that they do not mean good for this country, because really the sort of thing they were doing could be a cause of destabilization in the country. And I did indicate that, what was happening, we knew, and they are provoking us. We will not give into provocation, but we will defend ourselves against any attacks by any individual or group of individuals. And we couldn't care who they are and at whose behest they were doing their provocative acts. We canceled our meeting in Gambisara and decided to proceed direct to Mansajang to hold a meeting, because it was getting late and we had to spend the night at Kular. At Mansajang, I think I was the only one who addressed the meeting, and we proceeded to Kular. But on getting to Chamoy Bridge, we were ambushed. Dr. Sise and I were in his car again, this time again. He has always been with me on these major tours. Yeah. And all of a sudden I just saw stones being thrown at us, the windscreen, his windscreen got damaged, broken, and the driver acted very quickly and took a U-turn. And some of our boys alighted from their vehicles. Yeah. One girl, I think is Aisat Sow, was among the people who were apprehended. Our women folk apprehended her, and I said, look, no one should touch any of those people. No one should be beaten. We should hand them over to the police and let them explain to the police who had assigned them to do this to us. Yeah. We went back, and again that night I spoke to Babkar Jata and told him that this was the situation that we have found ourselves in. And he said whether, he asked me if I had got this on video. I said no, because we are not expecting it. We didn't get it on video. He said whether I spoke to the Inspector General of Police. I said no, I did not speak to the Inspector General of Police because it's useless for me to speak to the Inspector General of Police, Sankun Baji. He was probably one of the worst officers, security officers. He was only there to serve the cause of APRC. He was not there for country. Whatever could put down opposition in this country, that was his mission, as far as I said. So I said I wouldn't talk to him. So it was him that I spoke to.
And what position did Babukar occupy at this stage?
He was CDS. He was CDS. Yeah? And of course, when we surrendered these people to the girl to the police, and we proceeded to Kular till the following day, the 16th, when the...
During this event, did you have cause to pass through Tumana?
Well, Kular is in Tumana.
That's
in
right.
fact, Chamoy is in Tumana.
As far as you know, did any of your supporters die in this incident?
No, none of my supporters died.
Did you hear this story about a Mr. Njai?
Yes, that's a Mr. Njai, but that's an APRC supporter.
That's an APRC supporter?
That's an APRC supporter.
Who died or allegedly died during this
incident, yes.
Do you know how that person died?
I don't know how he died.
Do you think that he was killed by his fellow APRC supporters?
I cannot say. I don't know how he died. I've never seen him.
But logical that he was killed by his fellow APRC supporters?
I've never seen him. But then, because the story is that I was subsequently charged for his murder.
I'm just trying to bring the same logic.
Yeah.
Earlier on, you did say that APRC supporters were assaulted at Westfield. And I asked you the question, who assaulted them?
UDP supporters were assaulted at Westfield.
Sorry, thanks for that correction. UDP supporters assaulted at Westfield. And you suggested that UDP supporters would not assault themselves. So they must have been assaulted by APRC supporters.
Yeah.
So equally, this Mr. Njai, APRC supporter, who died in this particular location, was he killed by APRC supporters?
I don't know. In fact, I don't know how he came by his death.
Would it be logical that he was killed by his fellow APRC supporters?
I cannot make any logical conclusion about that. I don't want to make any conclusions about that. One thing is that when we were at Kular, Mr. Sankare came and informed me that the Inspector General of Police had revoked the permit given to UDP for the URD tour. And I told him in no uncertain terms that I do not accept any verbal revocation of a permit that is given to me and is in writing. Whatever revocation, it has to be in writing, and there has to be reason for it. Why the revocation? They communicated, and then some document was shown to me, that the Inspector General of Police, had in fact revoked the permit. And I called the national president of the party, Mr. Sam Silla, and I told him that, well, this is the situation we have found ourselves in, but I do not believe that our permit should be revoked, and I want to go. I intend to go on my campaign, on my tour. I will not really go back. Yeah, but he advised that I should really, since the permit has been revoked, I should discontinue the tour. And Mr. Sankare wanted to escort us back to Basse police station, and some of my party officials were a little bit uneasy about that, because the July 22nd movement chaps had invaded URD when they heard of this incident that invaded URD. Yeah? And they were apprehensive that if we were to be escorted by the police, we could be attacked by the July 22nd movement chaps. But my own reaction was that, look, he is the officer in charge, he is in charge of our security, he says he can give us protection, we'll have to go. And if he cannot give us the protection that we need, we'll protect ourselves. And he had a second thought and said, well, he would go back to Basse and get the soldiers to come and give us escort. And that confirmed the reason why some of my colleagues were uneasy about us being escorted by the police. We went back, they escorted us to Basse police station, spent the whole day, and I asked, why are we here? They said, well, they want us to give us protective escort to Banjul. I said, but we don't need it. You'll have to tell me whether I'm under arrest or not. You'll have to tell me that. Well, we'll know that maybe later in the day. Shortly after, a team came from Banjul of CID personnel. People that I recollect very clearly was, Mr. Bojang was amongst them. I think John Bojang, a very pleasant chap in the CID, and Mr. Malamin Sise, he was at one time Commissioner, Kairaba Station. Yes, there are people that I really recollect vividly, and of course J. Sow. He was the CMC.
By CMC, you mean Crime
Management Coordinator. He was the CMC at relevant time, and he was the one who treated us with contempt and disdain.
Who did that?
J. Sow.
J. Sow, you mean?
J. Sow, yes.
The CMC.
CMC.
And how did that happen?
The station officer had allowed us to receive telephone calls at the station. In fact, we were in his office. We were, myself and some members of leadership, Abu Karambagasam and others, we were in his office. Yeah. Then he just came in and said, use the 4-lettered words, grab the telephone, and went away. And really, a lot of us, including myself, couldn't bear, that insult. And I really cried that a chap as young as that, he was in the same class with my kid brother, Alaji N. Darboe, was in the same class with him. Could come, use such foul language on us. But and the station officer insisted that we will use the telephone, that station, he has authority above the Inspector General of Police. It is his station, and what he wants to happen in his station, that is what, and he accorded us, but we said, look, please, we don't want you to lose your job. And he was immediately transferred, of course. I don't know what subsequently happened to him.
So In all these things that happened, you were subsequently charged.
We are subsequently charged and arraigned before Magistrate Boriture, and he asked for our pleas to be taken, and we said no. I said no, because this court does not have jurisdiction to try murder cases, and plea taken.
His court was a magistrate
court, and plea taken is part of the trial. So we will not really enter any plea. We knew then that an application had been made for our bail, and it had been granted by Justice Kabalata.
What I'm first of all trying to drive at is, you were charged with murder.
Was charged with murder, yes.
Of this Mr.
Of this
Njai.
Mr. Njai, yes.
Were you told of the circumstances in which he died?
No.
Were you told of what conduct by you constituted the act of murder?
No. Well, the charge sheet simply said that a whole list of people, including Sajo Kunjansane.
Okay. How many of you were charged?
I think something close to 100 people. Sajo Kunjansane, Amadou Sane, all of us were there. I mean, but virtually the leadership of the United Democratic Party. I think Kemi Senjamia probably was the one who was absent from that. Yes, the entire leadership of the United Democratic Party was on that, and including our women leaders. But the only women charged were Sajo Kunjansane and Fatu Darboe. She is a resident of Bakau. I think it was figured that this must be Mr. Darboe's daughter or Mr. Darboe's sister. Yeah. And we knew that we are granted bail, and then we refused to take a plea, and Magistrate Boriture ordered that we be taken to the High Court for the matter of our bail to be looked into. So we are brought down, and this what they call Anthony, these trucks, the big police trucks, we are carried in like like animals, and it was raining that day, raining very heavily.
Was there any tarpaulin cover?
No. Rain was on us, But to keep the morals, to keep our morals high, we went into singing. When you are, circumcision events, we just got into those songs, and we to keep ourselves alive, to ensure that our morals is not dampened. We arrived in Banjul about 2 o'clock, and the OC, Banjul Police Station, then one Mr. Jatabande says that, there was a conference room upstairs, and we should go. It was more comfortable there. We should go and pass the night there. And I rejected the invitation. So the order of the magistrate was that I should be kept at Banjul Police Station, and the following day be taken to the High Court. Because whilst we were at the station, we saw people going up and down. So for me, there was a likelihood that if you had accepted that invitation, some people could come upstairs, pick 1 or 2 of us, and then that would be the end of our presence on this earth. And he also suggested that we could go home and come back the same day. I said no. What the order says that I should be in this station, and from here be taken to the High Court. So I'm not going home, because I also figured that if I accepted that invitation, whilst I'm going home, I could be stopped at Denton Bridge, taken away, or any of my people taken away. So I always heard that there's some ill motive, some ill intention. So I always rejected those offers that looked, very comfortable, put me in a comforting situation. So I rejected it. Until the following day, then we are taken to the Banjul High Court. Again, the offer was made that they want to drive us in a minibus that was air conditioned, and rejected. You drove me from Basse in an open truck. Now you don't want the people of Banjul to see me in an open truck. I'm driving in an open truck to go to the High Court. I'm not accepting any of your comforts that you want to extend to me. The High Court, all the bail conditions were fulfilled, and we are released to go home. And of course, continued with the song, and when I was leaving the High Court, I said, Mbesaila su kela no jultenna.
Could you say again?
Mbesaila su kela no jultenna.
What does that mean in English?
That I'm going home without being defeated by anyone or without being conquered by anyone. That's what we say when you are in the circumcision home. You know, when one is leaving, that's what you say. Mbesaila su kela no jultenna. So that those who are there, if they want to respond, they can respond.
So what happened to this charge that you were facing?
I was subsequently, an information was filed, and before then, the lawyers on the government side tried a lot to have the bail order set aside, but they couldn't succeed. In fact, with that bail granted to me, led to the amendment of Section 99 of the Criminal Procedure Code, so that the discretion vested in the trial court to grant bail for persons charged with murder was deleted, was repealed from our laws.
Essentially, a murder became an unbailable offense. And really, sometimes when I sit down back, I say, look, I am the cause of this terrible amendment. Maybe if I was in charge for more and granted bail, this provision would not have been amended. Did you subsequently have it amended?
Well, we don't have the opportunity yet of really restoring that.
Well, you became vice president, didn't you?
Eh?
You became vice president, didn't you?
Yes, I became vice president, but the chief legal advisor was the attorney general.
No,
so,
but as vice president, you are the second most important executive officer in this country.
That is absolutely correct. But as vice president, I was more concerned with what would promote the economy of this country than on procedural matters relating to trials and so forth.
But this was a very important rights issue, wasn't it?
It is an important rights issue, but it was a rights issue that was hinging on the discretion of the trial of the trial court, so that there was absolutely no guarantee that with the existence of the provision that one would be granted bail. So there wasn't that. So, but in any case, as vice president, I was more concerned for improving, the social services and ensuring that the economy of this country picks up rather than those procedural matters. In fact, it would really be looking very self-serving, because any attempt to do that, some people say, well, you see, he's doing that because it affected him, or it was a result of what had happened to him.
No, it did not affect you at all.
No, it did not, but as a result of the dangers he had faced.
Mr. Darboe, it's now another opportunity to take a break. So we would leave it at that, and we'd see you in an hour time. Or is it, we'll see you at 2:30.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Extraordinary testimony and regarding electoral threats and intimidation. If we can continue this after the lunch break, that would be splendid. Unless some commissioners have any questions, before we break, you hold your questions until the end of the day. That's all right. Yeah. We would take a 1 hour break for lunch and come back at 2:30. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.